Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Jordan, what I'm in. Can you hear? Could you hear me back there? I think I
Can
might.
I hear you?
Yeah, my phone just got your text that said I'm on, and
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was like,
I didn't know if I was. Yeah, I didn't know if it was me or you. So yeah, but no, we're good.
okay, all right, cool. How's everybody doing today? Unfortunately, Adidas is under the weather today, so he's not going to be able to join us. But Jordan and I are going to be here trading with you guys this morning. What's anything that you're watching for? I know you're talking about NQ. We keep gotten this bigger move down the last couple of days. Although I
Yeah.
guess a little end of the day rally yesterday, but now looks like we're going to open below previous day's low.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of just. I mean, still in the short draw, so I'm kind of still biased to short. I mean, we did make a low off the lows here around like 922, but still overall biased to short. We'll see kind of what the market does now here at open. Looks like again we're getting kind of what I expected. Let's see if this holds. Stops have just been kind of wide. A lot of aggressive flushing. Like this is what I'm talking about. It's just like you can't really trade it.
Yeah, yeah. The opens have been moving really quick.
You know what I'm saying?
We
I
had
take this
like
entry. It's just like a 50-point stop. It's tricky, man.
Yeah, I think it was maybe Monday. We had like the big move up, and it just ripped right out of the gate, and then it's just like dumped right out of the gate on Tuesday.
I mean, it's like, do I want to take a short here for sure? I mean, let's see. See if I put in a
Yeah,
little pull. I might just try to stab with 1 micro if we break this low, just to see if we can get a little bit of a flush. Let's see. I might hit anything yet.
the two lower NQ levels that I'm keeping an eye on are 24,715, and then I got down at 24. It's basically 24,500. It's 24.95. So about 200 points of room in between them.
All right, guys. I'm looking at NQ here. I'm gonna go short. I'm in 1 micro. Again, stops just very wide.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in 1 micro here. Stop is at 743.
It's a nice first
All right,
2 minute
30,
close for the shorts.
30 points here. Trying to just. All right, 40 points here. Oh, I flatlined right at this target. I didn't even get a stop at break even. Damn it. Oh my God, don't stop me out. That was so fast.
Yeah, this open 15 minutes has just been volatile.
Ah. Yeah. We literally flatlined right at target. I didn't even get it happened so fast. That was 40 right there.
Do you normally set limit orders, or do you just take market?
I do both.
Yeah,
That one was market. I mean, we got 40 points off.
I was just moving quick.
I mean, yeah. Like I said, it's like what you can do. Before I could even click over it.
We'll see here on the 2 minute bar that got the bounce starting to fade a bit.
I mean, we bounced right at the penny too at 650.
Yeah, that end of day rally was pretty strong yesterday. But then we get the gap down.
Mm-hmm.
Lower level hell on ES is 6830.50. a bit of a late morning for me. I'm still marking some stuff up.
Yeah, what you trying to do here?
Yeah, I don't know. There seems to be obviously a pretty decent bearish sentiment in the market, but we really haven't gone in terms of the higher time frame structure. We haven't gone too far.
Just trying to rally. That's the thing. You just never really know.
Yeah, I mean,
VIX is like still kind of like dropping. So
yeah, I mean, if you look at this
VIX is,
NQ weekly chart, like we've been in kind of this weekly range area here for a while since like it looks like September, October. We've been kind of just ranging here between 2400 and 2600 area, and we're still kind of just now towards the lower end of this weekly kind of range we've been stuck in for a few months. So in terms of the grand scheme of things, yeah, the last couple of days have been bearish, but it's not like we've really broken major structure to the downside.
yeah. That moved so fast. I got 40 points. I couldn't even get it out. Took a $130 loss on that one.
Yeah, that did move quick. Smart to just use one micro there, manageable.
I try to see get like a little runner in there.
Yeah, I mean, $130 definitely manageable. Bounce back here. We'll see back above the opening print on oops, wrong button. On NQ, not quite on ES yet. ES is still battling with its OP.
Mm-hmm. Hey, they're trying to make a move here off the lows. We'll see.
Well, you know, Daddy over here likes his long boys, so. Oh, that did not sound good.
Let's see, what is gold trying to do? Gold yesterday, the volatility was insane. On a 1 minute time frame, the stops were like 18 points. I'm like, all right, I'm not even entertaining gold.
I know. I like feel like I kind of missed out. I'm sure there's still more opportunity there to trade, but it's just not something I've dabbled a couple times, but I don't know. I haven't had like a great result with it, and I'm like, just because I'm sure there's opportunity there, but it's just not my cup of tea. I'm probably dropping the ball, but
yeah. No, I hear you. NQ longs here.
I know. Problem. The only issue for me is I got the level from yesterday on NQ is at 24,889s. So we're above the open, but we're below that level and below VWAP. I don't think longs look terrible, but I think we could potentially see a little resistance here.
Stops here are just so wide. I don't. It's 80-point stops. Like,
Yeah. For me to go long chat, my ideal scenario is, which by the way, I talked about this yesterday, Jordan. I think scenario sounds a little classier than scenario, so I've been trying to implement that into my vocabulary. Anyway, my ideal scenario that I like to see here is the NQ rally a little bit more here, get above this level, above VWAP, and then maybe give us a little pullback to some sort of 2-minute potential higher low that we can then maybe look to take an entry from that would give us a little bit of a tighter stop. So that's what I'll be watching for. See if it plays out that cleanly or not.
You would think like this is like legit last run time all over again. Like volatility just starts getting like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And the worst thing to do in this market is like set like a static stop. Like, oh, my stop's gonna be at 20 points. Because then you get any little wick down. Then it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Yeah,
that's how you
that's
go.
tough too, because then you're balancing the like I think 20 points on NQ. I know that's how Adidas trades, but for me, 20 points on the NQ is just like too tight a stop.
Right.
When the volatility goes like this, I still think a hard stop's not a bad idea, but I think you got to give it, it's 30 to 50 points, and
Mm.
at like the minimum, right? And but like the problem with the market stop for me, if I would just like visually on futures, like it can move so fast, like we're talking about, right? And
Yeah.
it could just keep eating into that account, and then you're just like that, like oh shit, like that moment where it's like you gotta have the discipline to really pull the trigger,
That's a fact.
That's what I like. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll even put a hard stop, but I'll put it like further than I would even really want it to be stopped. But just in case I don't like click the manual exit, that it's like okay, it's like the absolute safety belt.
Yeah.
Just with just like your entire account's always technically on the line if when you're in a futures position.
Oh my gosh.
All right, here, a little spike above level. That's VWAP. You can see we rejected VWAP clean in the overnight session. That's where we kind of got the bigger move down from. We'll see how it reacts. The VIX price action is interesting. Yesterday we rallied right up into resistance. This morning we opened right there, spiked above, but now we're selling off pretty hard in the VIX. It's a nice 5-minute close. Longs don't look bad. The only thing is bank and the Dow are a little weak. The gap fill trade on ES. Let's see, how big of a gap did we have?
Yeah, it's tricky right here because we're right on front of VWAP, so I'm not sure this is going to be used as resistance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Damn, I'm like wishing I just like saw that immediately. I couldn't. Oh my gosh, it happened so fast.
Man, I don't hate a small aggressive entry here, like an initial little, rejection of VWAP with a 2-minute there, and now we're trying to rally when we might break it, but I don't want to force it. The ES is at previous day's low.
If it wasn't for VWAP being right here, I wouldn't be mad at the potential stab of a long.
Mm-hmm.
It's just if we just hit our head. It's not a high quality trade. And it's like I already took a loss.
Yeah, it definitely has room though.
Yeah.
Oh
no.
I think you would probably have to go what gap fill as your. So that's what 40. That's only. I guess that's only about. Oh no, that's 100 and yeah, it's got room. But yeah, so we got. Let's see. ES is trying to get above previous day's low. A little bit of nice follow through there on the ES, breaking new highs. Longs are definitely of interest to me. Let's see here, maybe a little rally gives us a little pullback, and then we can use VWAP in the level as support bounce. Is it going to be that kind to us, or is it just going to take off? You could use that 2 minute trigger there as an entry with a stop below that previous 2 minute low. But I don't know. I don't. It's not my favorite high quality setup. Yeah, I'm gonna try to be picky, a little bit more picky about it. I don't know.
It's stacked.
Mm-hmm. We got our first 15-minute close, which is a nice strong bar.
We're rejecting all VWAP. Let's see. This is.
Yeah, right at the level here. We definitely got some increased volatility today. ATR and the Q's up to 481s. Just definitely a little higher. Volatility index up to 27.5%. So like this looks pretty good for longs. VIX is melting. And I love when the market starts to get a little scary to the downside because those face rippers get face ripping. But
Oh my God. I really. Market's in a weird spot right now.
Bro, dude, 0DT options are so jacked up.
Really, yeah, the volatility just
The monies are just 370 right, or not in like 604 QQQ calls. Yeah. Which 606?
Like if we got to pull back to 872, and we wanted to long that, maybe. I just, like I said, just VBOT being right here, I just don't know if we hit our head or.
Yeah. NQ's a little bit above it. ES hasn't gotten back into its VOP yet. RTY is also strong. And Bank is trying to rally a little bit. I might put on a little out of the money lotto on QQQ actually. Like something that's like size for 0.
I think we have to just let the market kind of digest right now. What it wants to do. I don't know.
Yo, so while you're watching, if you decide you're gonna take anything and want me to shut up, just tell me to. But how was your trip? I know you went. You told me you went to Pittsburgh. It's like super cold, but
oh my God, it was freezing. But no, it was dope. It was dope. Yeah, we went to heavy metal. That was like a little Red Bull.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know if you saw my stories the other day, but my buddy, he works at Seven Springs, which is like the bigger resort around here, and he's pretty good.
Okay.
And and so I was gonna go with him, but it was like so cold. He ended up taking a trip somewhere to go,
Oh,
and so
you
he
want
didn't.
one?
We didn't go, but I went and filmed a clip of him doing this like 20 stair, near our
Mhm.
house the other day. The handrail's pretty dope.
Yeah, bro. It was cool. Like it was definitely like my first time like out there. And then we went to like good old like Permansky's and
Yeah,
whatnot.
Permanis.
So
Yeah,
I had
yeah.
to see
What do you think of the sandwich? I don't know. It's
Permansky
like
fries.
real popular. It's not my favorite to be honest, but
It was cool. I mean, it was like if I had to give it out of a 10, like maybe give it like 6.57.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
it
yeah.
was cool. Like don't get me twisted. Like was it? It's like it was just a sandwich on white bread. You know, like
Yeah, that,
main.
honestly, that's the part. That's the part that I don't like about it. Like, I'm way more of like a like I like a good like hoagie roll or but you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe like the bread was like brioche or toasted or butter. You know, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
like legit, they just gave it to us on white bread. I was like, well, there you go. And I was like, oh, like okay.
Yeah.
So like for me, it was kind of that's why I was kind of just like, I mean, all right,
Yeah,
but
yeah. That's not my I do like Prima's the restaurant, but I like I don't get like the classic sandwiches. I forget what I got last time. It was like I think it was some sort of like a buffalo chicken grilled chicken sandwich with like buffalo sauce and ranch. I think, and it was really good. But yeah, they're really popular and stuff. But I think it's maybe just more they just load all the fries on there. Yeah, Adidas
yeah,
is still sick, Chris. Sorry, I just saw that. Hey, Snipe, let's go, baby. Let's go. I didn't get my decks hung up. Sorry, Chad. I haven't been paying attention. Um, yeah, I don't know if you can see my uh background, Jordan, but I wanted to just paint this. I had this crappy old wallpaper stuff in my office, and I was like, I'll scrape a little of it off where it's starting to come off, and it turned into a way bigger project than expected. And then I'm spackling stuff and sanding, and it took me a couple days, but I got to paint up last night finally.
yeah, that's how you go.
There we go. It's definitely I like the darker background. Definitely is a better vibe.
Oh man, in Q, man. Even gold volatility is volatile right now. It's souped up. Trying to take a gold entry on a 1 minute 2 minute candles, 30 points, 25 points. Uh,
I'm looking to try this an out of the money QQQ Lotto size for zero. Um, I haven't taken it yet. Honestly, it wouldn't even take like a little bit more of a pullback, but this would just be like if we could really squeeze. And when I say out of the money, I'm talking like really out of the money because these contracts are jacked and I want it to be size for zero.
mm-hmm.
So I'm like looking at like 613. We'll see though. Yeah, I'm gonna just try a couple. Just put like $100 on it and see if it can 10x.
I can get any type of like decent uh 30 second.
Yeah, this is not necessarily a trade suggestion, but I did try some out of the money QQQs as a lotto.
Even here's 30 second. I can't long it into view out. It'll just give me too much anxiety.
Yeah, no, this is literally like 0 to here. I'm gonna lose $100 or 10x $100.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
And I guess I don't have to let it go to zero. If we pull back to the opening print and make a new low on the day. almost wouldn't hate like a little bit of a bigger spike to get shorts excited that then like gets bought up.
Yeah, it's doing exactly what I thought it would do, which is reject. Wow. Part of me wants to take a crazy long. I mean, short.
I honestly don't even think it's that crazy because the other end of my thesis is like, oh, this is if the NQ were gonna get a little rally and reject, this is where we'd reject from. Like this was my overhead resistance. So like if I were to short, this is where I would try to short, which is probably the higher probability trade. I just I don't know. I just I think about when the shorts probably piling up after the last couple of days action that like I think a bigger squeeze could potentially happen. It's probably the lower probability trade. But I don't know. I think it's just on the table. So I think there's potentially for a bigger reward if it were to get the move, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Which is why I'm looking at it from an options perspective and not on futures.
Yeah. It seems like right now, but it's definitely kind of stopping. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a feeling to do that, but we probably have to wait till like 10:30, 11 to let the freaking market, New York volatility, just kind of like reset. Because stops are just way too wide, and I don't want to, I want to say I hate setting hard stops. Like, 30-point stop, and then you get worked out at 31, and then, that's how people go until.
Yep. Yeah.
Like I said, I do kind of like this short, and I had a feeling we were kind of going to do something like this up there. I still see us potentially coming to a long draw. Let's see.
Listen, I said it. I think you were probably more right. I'm looking YOLO City over here. Okay, you don't gotta.
We're gonna shift beneath this POC. I want to see who can get like a break retest. Something structurally that makes a little bit more sense than me just taking a short just for the sake of.
Was that the half gap fill? It's man, ES. Did he? I have the blow. This is actually kind of. This has potential to drive me nuts. I didn't actually trade it, but my levels on ES support level below is at 68, 30, 50. We got down to 31.50, so we front run it by a tick, and then the above resistance is at 68.82, and we got to 68.81.50. Like literally missed both levels by basically a tick. Yes, back into its opening print here.
Oh yeah, let me mark off. 9:30.
The VIX has rallied back into its open. Bank is still holding some strength. The RTY is holding up well.
Yes. Gotta wait. I could see the ads and be to wait it out. Let's see if we continue to flush. It looks like here.
Yeah.
All that.
All right. Well, I did say hopefully there's a bigger wick down that gets bought up. So let's see if this can be it. If not, 0 to hero probably ain't gonna make it. But
we have news at 10.
Okay.
20 seconds.
Let it pamp us.
Let's see, just drops it or pops it.
A little spike below the open. Now back above on the NQ. Get a little reaction here. Trying to pull up the news hub. NVIDIA warns Trump China chip rules would hurt export plan. Actual 6.542 million. Forecast 7.25 million. Previous 7.1 million. That's job openings. So less job openings than expected. So that would be, I guess, negative. That would be a miss. In terms of the economy. I am no economist.
Overall, I can see it about to do what it's about to do. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Flush, no pullback.
Yeah, it's giving those vibes. No go on the YOLO, it's looking like. All right, here, well.
It's like, yo, trying to give me some little bounce. That's the thing, is like.
Yeah, both of these, yeah, they've been pretty. Let's see, what's this?
It's like once it catches its steam this week, it's just like it's no turning back.
Yeah, you got to take like the initial bounce or the initial rejection.
And I'm even on it right now, 1 minute 30 seconds, trying to see if anything happening on these small. See, this is what I'm talking about. It's just like,
yeah, we got like a 250 point intraday range here. It's been pretty quick up and down.
It's definitely tricky.
I mean, in terms of my level system, every day they're just accurate. It's just a matter of I'm playing them the right way or not. The VWAP rejection was clean on ES and NQ again there. See here. Let's see if 715s can hold. If we give that up, I think we got some. Let's see. I don't even know my next. Yeah, we got. I got a lot of room below. At least another 200 points below.
Sure. Let's see if we can get a lower high off this value area low. What are the stats for you off that? Just trying to see if you get a little snipe. Oh, this value area low. All right, guys. I'm gonna eye NQ cells here. Let's see if we get it. Oh, it's bouncing. Flush here. Let's see if we can get like a little tap.
Got this song stuck in my head. Sorry, I gotta play it.
Another entry. Let's see if we get something.
You have any more places to visit here before you make a decision?
Uh, I said to go like to Maryland. So I'm like busy. I'm like traveling crazy this month. Like where am I'm in Atlanta end of February. And then I have to go. I forget where in the mountains I'm going, but first week of March, and then I potentially have to go to Austria. So I'm still trying to like plan in when I would go to when I would go to Maryland. This looks like sorry, I'm trying to
No,
like
no, no, no. Yeah, no. Yeah. I was just as soon as I said it to you, I was like, actually, I think he's watching the Ender Shorts here. I should just shut up.
it's just like I'm trying to it's just like I'm trying to see if it's even worth it because it's like oh yeah, oh, you have to pull trigger now. It's not gonna be. I'm not in love with this shorts. I'm not in love with it.
Oh, yeah. I
I'm gonna
mean,
drop here, but
it
I'm not in love with it.
Vix is the new highs. It looks like the pretty obvious direction that more downside could happen, but we could double bottom here and get a little rally back into the opening print that rejects. VIX is just tagged its overhead resistance for me here, so we'll see.
Like I feel like it's gonna make its move down. I feel like it's gonna like it's still like popping. And these little 30-second pops are still like
Yeah, they're like 2 minutes getting a little wicky.
mm-hmm. All right, guys. I'm on cells here. Let's see. It might be fast. See if we get it. I'm looking at about 2 micros. Let's see if we break that low. All right, I went ahead and took it.
I like it. I like it. Give us the new low here. It looks like it wants it. That's for
It's
sure.
going to be at a 705.
The hourly bar looks pretty darn ugly here. We got 23 minutes.
We're like kind of approaching this target at 650 where we bounced from. So I want to just see if we can get there a little bit. It's risky for sure. See if we get like a couple points. Let's see. All right, guys. We're breaking, so I don't know if we bounce. Tricky, tricky, tricky. What do I do? We got that target. Obviously, you can get a 101. You can adjust your stops. It's hard, man. I'm gonna let this rock. See if we can get a little bit more of a drop.
Did you say you're gonna let this ride or you're gonna let this rot?
I'm gonna let it rock. We got that
rock.
target. It wasn't
Okay,
a
rock,
101.
rock.
Let it rock.
I kind of liked you that like terminology though for like hold. I'm gonna let it rot. Like you know what I mean? Like you're something. That's kind of you might have accidentally invented something dope there. We got the new lingo over here. We are the culture here on SDtv, baby. Let it rot. Lean with it, rot with it.
This is it. I'll probably be done for that if I get stopped. This is another we bounce. This is the first level we bounced up this morning that got me. So we come back for second time. It's just
Yeah, ES and Cuba spike new lows here.
It's tricky. It's so tricky, man.
Yeah, like my thought is like the short looks so clean
It
right
looks
now
so
that like I
good.
agree. Like I think we should get follow through another 200 points lower. The only reason that I'm like second guessing it is like because like oh okay is it a little too clean? Is it trappy? But that's like stupid of me probably to think that way. But
Nah, it's. I think this ends up popping. That 650 is traded twice and kind of held. I mean, let's see.
yeah, I mean the last 2 days the solve's been pretty persistent, and sometimes when the market
Let's,
gets that way, it can
all right, we're trying to see if we can
stay
break
that
this
way.
level. All right, let's see if we can break. Come on, flush, break down here, break down here, break down here, break down here. I don't want to panic sell this. All right, about 20 points. I want to see this could drop. Give me 30.
I feel like that's how I talk myself out of good shorts.
Here we go, 40. Come on, flush, 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 flush. Come on, give it to me. Give me 40. There we go. 40. All right, stops at break even. I'm taking one off. Let's see if we die. Stops at break even, took one off. Just die here, please, please, please. Give it to me. You know you want to.
You know you want to.
More, more, more.
Come on, give us that. Give us that continuation bounce. You know you got it. And yeah.
It sure looks like it. She looks good. She looks.
Let's drop down here.
If you like a down looking chart, she looks prime for it.
There we go. There we go. Attaboy.
Good trade, good entry there. Good patience. You were sitting through that little double bottom there, and good timing on the entry on the breakdown.
There we go. Dropping here. All right, guys, I'm all out. Took that off. Just trying to take what I could get from the market. We're back up green. $68. We were down. Not the sexiest, but we took that little loss.
Hey, it don't always gotta be sexy, baby. It just gotta be consistent, right?
Yeah. It's just so tricky right here. I do think we flush, man, but this volatility it's hard to trade. It's hard.
Yeah, because even if we do flush, like we could technically see a solid bounce that just creates a lower high that's still in a downtrend and then flush. Like you know what I mean? So like, do you want to potentially sit through that? Because with the increased volatility, sometimes the bounces are bigger too, right?
Yeah. We took that one loss down on 100, and then we came back and made it back. So now we're up $68. So
Bro, like literally, you could have given us a meme. Either way, you decided to go right down the middle. You didn't give us either one.
Nah, I mean, like I said, it's just like knowing market structure. I wasn't convinced until we had to really stack above VBOT for me to really be convinced of that long holding. And here we go. Of course, you're about to flush now.
Dude, by the way, I was just kidding. I was just trying to make a 6'7", 6'9" joke. Because you had it with $68.
Look at this dying here.
Yeah, she's dying.
Yeah, man. This market, you gotta like stay alive. I've seen this happen so many times. You gotta stay alive. Now, like I really do wish I really just took profit that first morning short because now I'd have been up probably like close to like $300, and it's like that's what I kind of get. But look at us flushing here now.
Yeah, I'm like I took a very small loss on the lotto, but I'm kind of just annoyed with myself that I always talk myself out of the short. Like looking back at this in terms of the way that I like to trade, which is with trend, like the gameplay for me should have been this rally off of 715s that rejects 889s. Like, and looking back at this, it's like, damn, that's a miss. That's a pretty bad miss.
Yeah, nah. And see how we're like, so like, and we'll talk about this today, at one, but like, you have to kind of like trade with these markets level to level,
Mm-hmm.
and we just put in a hammer bar right at this. Look at my screen at this hour level right here at 560, and that's the same thing that happened to me this morning, where I kind of like, I was up 40 points, we hit that, and then we kind of, when the market is this volatile, like they're gonna be very reactive.
Yeah. Yeah,
To
like
these
we just talked about it, right? Like if you wanted to try to hold your short for the bigger move, I said, when it's this volatile, we get the bigger. We just bounced 100 points
Mhm.
off the lows in 2 minutes. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So it's like you had to sometimes you kind of like don't change your strategy per se, but just adjust your risk because like this pop legit happened in what 2 seconds. Like if you go down a 30-second chart, this pop happened legit in like
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's.
you know this is a 30-second chart, but it looks like probably like less than 30 seconds. So it's like if your finger's not on that trigger, you were up once up, now you could be down. So it's like you gotta
Yes.
just stay alive.
The lows at 550 to 646 in the span of under 2 minutes.
Yeah, and now look at it. Like from five, it went over damn near 100 points.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you gotta just learn how to trade, stay alive. But I didn't trade on Monday. Monday was probably the cleanest day I saw. Tuesday, I made only $65. Wednesday, I ended up losing about 38, and then today, up about $70 here. So this week I'm up a whopping $95. So probably go.
Bro, I wish I had your discipline when it came to risk management. That's something I need. Like I know you say that, and like you're like the only one of the only traders I would say in this industry, if you want to call it like the influencing or social media space, who is like showing the proper way to just not like you don't have to go all in. You can work a full-time job that you like and have it as a side hustle and make that extra $150 when you are down and you're down 30-50 bucks. It's not affecting your I mean, I'm sure it's still on your psychology when you're in here, right? It's always an effect on your psychology, but you're not like trying for massive wins and having these ruining your day because you're blowing stuff up. Like I think it's a very good example for especially new traders to see. It's like, hey, listen, this could be something you just got to make an extra 150, 80. What if you consistently could do that, that could be, I'm sure, very beneficial to your life in the long run.
Yeah, bro. To your point, it just like it compounds, and
Mhm.
that's the biggest thing. Is like I never forget like last year or 2 years ago now, in 2024, when I switched from options to futures, and we all go through before, right? When you're like on these hot streaks, and like didn't really know too much about futures. I started trading. I was trading like M and Q. I mean, excuse me, I was trading regular NQ. Just catching hot streaks and like just when you sell to sell, but there was no real reason why you sold. But I just had this span of time where, I was trading maybe like 2 to 3 minis, but just anytime I like got up like 30, 40 points, I'll just click and sell. But on a 50K account, you pass combine. So I was stacking accounts to make a long story very short. Like ended up passing, and then I got like what 16, 17K in payouts, got moved to live, but not really taking like risk seriously. And as we all know, is like you have your hot streaks, but you also have your cold streaks.
Yeah, yeah.
And so then when those cold streaks start to happen, I mean, everyone knows kind of how that story.
Yeah, that's when most traders can't survive, right? We all can enjoy a good hot streak every now and then. The true key to trading is, can you survive the cold streak, right?
Yeah. So what I used to do is like from those moments, I would, and I kind of like talk about this all the time with like people I'm close with, and in the stock guys in the actual Discord, but like journal every day and then look at specifically your win rate. So like let's just say on average you take 5 trades a day, 6 trades a day. What is your daily win rate? And then what is your overall win rate? Then based on your win rate, right, reverse engineer, okay, I know my win rate is 75%. Let's just use that number. And let's just say for easy math, you take 4 trades. So on average, you have likelihood of winning every 3 out of 4 trades. What people miss though is that one trade that you lose, if you're not sizing properly, could be the trade that you either blow your account or like even though accuracy you were accurate, your account's not growing. So from there you start to like reverse engineer your risk, right? So it's like for me, for example, what I used to do is like, okay, cool. Based on how I trade is like I like to hold runners. So most people, how they trade, what they don't realize is they get stopped out at full size.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, right? Let's say your average position size is two minis, right? When you might go 3 for 4, but if you get stopped out full size on 2 minis, and then when you're accurate, it's like you're taking one off at 1 mini, for example, and then the rest is like even they've stopped out break even. You're not really getting what you need. You might not see your account grow, especially if you've experienced maybe you lost 2 trades, because now your losses are greater than your winners.
Yeah.
And so it takes time to kind of like reverse engineer that. So it's like what I used to do is like, okay, cool. Do I need to adjust my sizing? Right? I've never been a guy these days to really kind of focus on like adjusting like your stops, because I feel like those, again, this market, right, you could have like a minimum stop of 20-30 points, for example, but if you have on a 30-second chart, if the wicks are 60-70 points, then you might not have been wrong, right, but your risk was wrong. And that's kind of what the things that lead people into tilt, where you got stopped out at 31 points in the flushing, where structurally you should have stayed in the trade. So you kind of have to figure out how to adjust your risk. And then once you kind of figure that out, like I feel like slowly over time, especially if you're at about a 60+ accuracy rate, it doesn't really matter, what happens in a day-to-day, in a week, because over the long period of time, you eventually end up making out green.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like certain weeks, like when the volatility is like super high, you just learn how to stay alive, right? And just like compounding. So like today, right, I took 3 trades. Like I'm holding a little bit of runners. I'm taking things off. I'm trying to get things room to breathe, right? And then accepting that loss really quick. So if you can figure out how to really minimize those red days, you'll be fine, because when those green days happen and you're able to maximize it, you're golden. That's real trading. And whatever that looks like for your sizing, right? If you had a 150K account and you're trading 6-7 micros, whatever, right? Like whatever that looks like for you, but just don't get so focused on the dollar amount. Just really look at your risk and your risk reward, and on average how much you're realizing too, not unrealized. So
Well said. But yeah, I just think so many people come in with the wrong idea of like needing to make tons and tons of money, and I like how through your content and stuff, you just showcase that it doesn't need to be these massive trades.
You're seeing now too is crazy. The volatility starting to slow down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Stops not as wide.
Yeah, which we're almost an hour into the day here. That first hour is normally the most volatile.
you might be getting that, 10:30. Was it 10 or 10:30 is when you get the most market participants, or not market participants, but clean action. I can't remember. It's 10:30. I think it's. Yeah, don't quote me on it.
When there's the actual most.
Not the most, but I guess when the market like kind of like the volatility kind of, I guess it's 10:30, stabilizes.
Okay. Like yeah, when that is. I'm not sure. I used to use a tool that like was really good, could tell you like all kinds of different information like that. I actually want to look back into it.
Yeah, because
It's called Edge. It's called Edgeful. They just kept like all kinds of data like that.
Around this 11 o'clock hour, you'll see potentially either the market could reverse. So I wouldn't be surprised if we catch our bottoms potentially. I mean, we could obviously in theory continue to sell off, but if I take this long draw from the low here on a 1 minute, we definitely held a 50 on the fib. So, we're confirming long draws in smaller time frames. Now, if we break this long draw, then I definitely can see us looking to go further down. But yeah, you just gotta trade these levels.
Yeah. I mean, more downside definitely looks likely to me. The Dow is just selling off harsh. YM, who was showing some relative strength, has rolled over, is making new lows. Bank has rolled over and is making new lows. The VIX is kind of bull flagging. Looks like it's gonna make new highs. So I wouldn't be surprised to see more downside.
Yeah, if we break and hold beneath 560, I'll look to another trade as a lower high, because now it's like the risk reward looks a lot cleaner of a short. So I'm kind of like watching that. Actually, we're back SP. It seems like we're approaching that area right now.
Yeah, even a short from here down to 495s. It is still kind of a wide stop. For me, I'd have to put a stop at 660. It's like an 80-point stop. Yeah. Like it just doesn't, like on a 2-minute chart, it doesn't make sense to me to take a short with, without having the stop up above that high. So you can do like 1 micro, but it's like you're right around a 1-to-1 R to R. And just, I don't know. I don't feel like put on risk for a 1-to-1 R, even though it probably does head there.
See, it's like, okay, cool. Are we looking to break down here? At 560 is, in my opinion, the last line in the sand. I would love, in a perfect world, not saying we get it, we break and hold beneath 560, like something like this. Looking at my screen, like
Hold on.
we close beneath it, then we come back to it, reject off it, and make our way back down, and then like my entry would be like right here.
I don't know if you're looking at the chat at all, but Knox, RL Knox, was showing you some love earlier.
Oh, okay, I appreciate you. It's crazy. I'm never on YouTube. Like when we're doing this, I'm like only on like
the back end. Yeah, I wanted to actually figure out a way where you guys could see the chat and like that back end thing, but I think everybody else, or I don't know if like Kara does, but I think most of the people just pull up the YouTube stream and watch the chat that way. But
okay.
I always I'm looking at like 5 different things that like I try to keep up with the chat, but then I'm also like I start looking at different things too.
Yeah. Especially like we're like trying to catch an injury, you're so focused.
Yeah.
Looking at this stuff, I'm like trying to time.
Yeah. Well, so I've seen like a lot of streamers now that like on Kick and stuff, you can get like the chat like overlaid on the actual like feed, so it would be coming up on the camera feed. So, but with like people trying to see the trading charts and stuff, I didn't want to block anything, make it harder to see details on the charts for anyone. So I haven't messed around with that at all. Any other news today? Fear and Greed Index just came out. We're at 35, which is fear. Below 25 becomes extreme fear. Crypto Fear and Greed Index. Crypto is in extreme fear. We did we just got our first hourly close. Obviously a big red bar. I'm guessing you probably don't follow hockey very much. I don't want to make any
Not very much, but it's so crazy. I took one of my accounts in New York. So I'm not sure everyone from New York or lived here recently, but a place called like Knockdown Center is like a big electronic EDM music venue, and like the GM was like a big Rangers fan.
Okay.
So we went to the MSG. So that was my first time like seeing a hockey game.
Oh, it's sick live, isn't it?
Yeah, it was crazy. I was like trying to like see. I was like, yeah, you think they're gonna be like fighting?
Were there any fights?
Yeah,
there
like,
are sometimes.
Hockey, that's one thing like obviously I hear is like a whole bunch.
Yeah. I mean, in today's
they were getting.
Hold on, your audio just cut out there. Say that again. I lost your audio. What happened?
They were like getting rough. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think it's your I think it might be your internet connection. It's just getting cut out a little bit, but it was like getting like scrappy, but like no actual fights.
Yeah, no actual fights.
Yeah. They just had an outdoor game, and there was a goalie fight. Both goalies skate. I don't know if you saw the highlights or not on ESPN or anything, but yeah. But I say that to tell you this news story that just came out last night. But there's this dude. His name's Gavin McKenna, and he's supposed to be the overall number 1 draft pick. He's like the next star in the league, whatever. And he's playing at Penn State right now, and they just had an outdoor game in Penn State's football stadium, and they played their rival Michigan. I think it was Michigan State or Michigan. I forget who they played, but anyway, after this game, apparently they were out at the bars, and this dude was chirping his mom, and he what's that?
Does that mean mouth?
Yeah. So sorry, that's hockey lingo. That is like chirping means like it would be like just like talking shit, right? He was just like saying stuff about Gavin McKenna's mom, and Gavin's mom, I'm pretty sure it was with him. He was like with his family, but it just came out yesterday that he punched the dude in the jaw and broke his jaw and knocked out 3 teeth, but he got like felony assault charges, and like he was supposed to be the number 1 overall draft pick. Like we'll see what happens legally. He's also Canadian and here on a visa, I think. So like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's definitely not great news for him. I would assume. But it's funny, the whole hockey world, like all the media that's following it, everyone's like, this raises his draft stock. This is like that's the kind of guy you want that defends his people.
Isn't that what people like to see? Like in the hockey world, like fights?
Like no, like legit, like I'm not even kidding. I think most like teams or GMs, like I think in the NFL they might look at you as like you could be a hothead. I think most teams will like hear that story
Yeah.
and be like, "Oh dang, he's talented, full of skill, and he can throw him." Like heck yeah, he's
Yeah,
tough. You
dude.
know what I mean?
Oh man, we're like we're basing
Mm-hmm.
right here at this 560 level. So, but we still have a gigantic bear flag that's forming. It's a matter of, excuse me. It's a matter of do we end up breaking down or does this 560 end up becoming support? I mean, right now, you kind of have to say for the time being that it looks like we can break down further, but
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, VIX and the bank is melting. VIX is still pumping. The I think the door from where downside is definitely still open. But a little flag action is not surprising. 15-minute chart got a pretty clean 3-bar play to the downside. Giant trend bar, inside bar. Actually, I guess it's not technically inside bar. We got a little spike lower, but
I'm like, dude, how much longer am I stay here? I have this feeling, you know how it goes. You're watching, and then as soon as you like, all right, I'll see you tomorrow, and it's like,
then the market starts moving and grooving.
yeah,
It senses that you've walked away.
it's literally it's like it's senses and volatility is starting to calm down a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
so stops are not as wide. But I mean, let's see, it's option not starting to calm down.
Look at this daily bar.
Let's see, I'll give it a couple more minutes. I do kind of want to set an alert because I do feel like we're going to drop.
Yeah, I mean the daily's definitely starting to break structure here, but still kind of just at the lower end of this range.
All right, guys. I set alert for 551. Like I said, like ideally, if we kind of get that trade, which I do feel like we end up trading it at some point. I'm not sure when. I would want to see close beneath that level, retest and reject, and then end up making a move back down. On that move back down, that will be kind of the short entry I would like if I even catch it myself. But right now, it seems like between 551 and 650. We're kind of looking to trade in that range, so I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure if we're trying to just cool off a little bit. I'm not sure if we found a market bottom yet. We just need a bit more time to kind of figure that out. But I mean, I don't really know how you can like justify going long. I mean, I get it, but I still think bigger time. So, but I will see you today at 1, brother.
All right, man. Sounds good. We'll see you then.
All right, see you guys.
Hang out a little bit longer here. I don't know if there's anything else I want to do either. Although the 15-minute 3-bar play failure. Just, yeah, I mean, I talked myself into longing. Obviously, super anti-trend. think if we were gonna get like the bigger short squeeze, I think it probably would have happened a little bit faster. Like, would it shock me if we see a decent rally? No, but do I think we're gonna like squeeze back in and try to erase a good chunk of yesterday's bar? Probably not. To where earlier I thought that was a possibility. Let's see what the options pricing looks like. Yo, what up, what up, what up? Yeah, options pricing is still jacked. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the same thing. I think I'm gonna just let this play out a little bit. Back over 715s in the opening print. I think there's maybe something actionable to do, or down to 24 500s. I think maybe there's something actionable to do. But until one of those two things happens, I think I'm just going to stay hands off. Interesting conversation in the Discord about PayPal there. The balance is getting pretty bouncy here. Maybe over 715 faster than I thought. $11.60. $7.15 could be the short entry for the next leg down too, to be honest. So yeah, I'm gonna hold off for a little while. I'm gonna take a quick break here, maybe get a bit of an early lunch, and then I'll maybe come back on before Aaron's dinner and see how things are playing out. See if we want to take a little bit more of a afternoon, a little bit of a later afternoon trade. So we're just gonna step away for a little bit. We will definitely be back for Aaron's dinner, and I'll be on a little bit before that to see if anything else is set up or if we're still consolidating. So we will see you guys in a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with Aaron for his nooner. Aaron, how you doing?
What's up, everybody? I'm good, man. I'm good. Busy morning, but we are good. All right. Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, everybody. Who do we got? Let's see. All right. We'll give everybody a minute or two to get in. Okay. What's up, Omar? Alex, what's going on? Good to see you. Hope everything is well. I'll be talking to you soon. This VIX is just not giving up. What do we got now? 7. All right. Mr. Mika, if you're on, what's up? What's up? All right, guys. We're on the precipice here of a squeeze, but VIX is not giving up. All right, so let's get started. Okay, so starting off on the VIX, here's where we are. All right, and we knew going into this, right, that these old contract lows, new contract highs are going to be a problem. But we're still in this massive short setup, okay, and we saw resistance once we got up there. So this is still, remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, right? This runs inverse. All right. Morning, Miss Mary Rose. What's up, Mr. Wilf? All right. So from our highs on November 18th to our lows down here on December 12th, we're still in that short. Okay. We're still there. We haven't broken out of that. We break out of that, heads up. We're getting a big explosion. Now, when we zoom in, here's what we're watching. All right. There's those old contract lows, new contract highs, right? That we're still holding on to. Those are drawn from January 13th up here to our highs on January 20th, right? We need to trade these 65s for that to break. Now, here's the progression on the way up. All right. This is what we're battling today. This is what the indices are battling today. All right, we had this pullback. Move this over so you guys can see it. We had these pullback from our lows on the 2nd, okay, to our highs here on the 4th. All right, yesterday. There was that pullback right there. That went up and hit this target. Okay, there's the profit taking coming off the target. The next measured move is from these lows at 4:30 p.m. Eastern yesterday. Okay. That's right there, and that's what's trading. All right, defending its line in the sand. All right, so in order for the indices to have any chance of a sustained squeeze, we have to break this. All right, these 1978s round down to 75, subtract the tick 70. So we need to trade these 65s. All right, if we trade these 65s, then the indices are free to squeeze potentially for a while. That would break the series of longs that we are in. Now, we still have to worry about the halfway back and everything else down here. But, if this continues, guys, you know what's coming. Right? It's just more indice weakness. The only chance is if we break these 65. Then at least the indices, if the VIX holds a short, the indices can hold longs and get some legs and get into a bid on the upside, right? Because the indices just aren't in a bid right now, okay? So that's what we're looking at, the VIX just going up in longs, all right? It has not stopped, all right? That's not good for the indices, but we know anytime we hold those halfway back, old contract low, new contract high, we can get this. Right now, we haven't had our big explosion yet. Hopefully, we won't. But the question you have to ask yourself is this sell-off on the VIX because we ran into resistance, or is it just because we hit this profit target? Right. Well, until we break longs, it's just because we hit a profit target. Okay. So that's how you have to look at that right there. Get up there. All right. What did I miss? Oh, sorry, right there. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at right there. What's up, Miss Tamika? Lyle, good morning or good afternoon. I guess it's still morning for you guys out there. All right. Any questions? Any questions at all on where we are? Remember, VIX is still in longs. That's not cool to say, but it is still in longs. Okay? And it's going to be in longs until it's not anymore. Right? But these are absolute explosion levels. So until we break longs, we are not out of the woods by any means. And trying to pick a bottom on the indices isn't good for your health. All right, if you do pick the absolute bottom, congratulations. All right, I'll leave those bragging rights for somebody else. Okay. All right, so that's where we are. Not good looking for the indices. Great for bears, right? But not real good looking for any bullish move on the indices until these break. Okay. So just keep in mind, if this continues, this just won't give up. Right? It just will not give up. Okay, the VIX should not be in longs, and when it is, we gotta pay attention. Okay, so that's where we are. I'm not drawing any shorts from highs or anything like that yet because we haven't broken any longs yet. Okay, path of least resistance right now for the indices is down. All right, now our financials. Our financials are the only thing, again, getting the indices from a waterfall sell-off. Okay, now. All we've done here is come back to these previous highs. Remember, bank's just an index, right? So bank still has room to fall, all right? And what we're watching here, there's two different levels, but they're almost the same spot. From these lows on the 26th, January 26th, to our highs, okay? So it's still got room. It's still got room to fall. All we did was bounce off these previous highs right here. And if we break those, right? Bank's going to make this larger pullback. And if the VIX is still in longs at that point, not good, right? That could be a waterfall sell-off right there. All right, but if bank continues higher, right, it's still adding that tailwind to the indices. Okay, it's still propping them up a little bit. All right. It still hasn't, just strong, right? It's just strong. Okay. So there's our financials. So we'll see, right? We'll see going into the rest of the afternoon here. Now, onto the ES. So the ES finally made this much larger pullback, okay? And that's from these lows on November 21st to our highs. That's right there, okay? Pretty much the bottom of the range, all right? Right there. So you can see that dip into lows, and that's where we got that little pop from. It's everybody chasing lows. Okay, so if the VIX continues in that uptrend, we're going to fall. We could fall right through that long. If the VIX does end up breaking longs, then we've traded the bottom of the range, and we can start buying pullbacks on the way up. But none of that has happened. Right? So drawing up this long from lows, very dangerous. Why? Because the VIX, that'd be like drawing this short up. And if you're right, awesome. Okay, but we're path of least resistance for the VIX is still higher. Okay, we haven't broken anything. It hasn't given us any permission to draw a short from highs yet. Okay, so you can see on the ES, we've hit these targets. So now we've got this pullback right here that it can't even make it up into. All right, the VIX hit support first. Right, the VIX hit support first, and that's where you're seeing this weakness. All right, now, what is very interesting about this morning, we're talking about this exact thing, right, is look at the half gap fill this morning. I got not all of this, but a chunk. Our gap fill today was way up at 69.0625, right? Here's the half. And you can see at the open, right, there's 930. We almost got there, and then we had a little pullback, and then we filled the half and got slammed. All right, that was the high probability play, was the half gap fill. Okay, because we opened outside of 30 points, right? We opened outside of 30 points. We know that that gives us less than a coin flip % for a gap fill. but the half gap is always the high probability play. So there we go. We filled the half and got slammed. All right, filled the half and just got slammed. All those hands coming off or all those buyers taking profit, and we just completely fell. All right. So gap fill still above us. More than likely, we're going to leave that unfilled for today. But one thing to think about is we did come down here and fill this gap fill from January 21st. All right, so we filled that. So that cleaned it, market likes to clean up its messes. So we filled all of these now. Okay. Now we still have some way down here, but we filled all of these. We filled all of these now. All right. So going into the afternoon, it's about the VIX in that short. You can just use the VIX, right? Just absolutely use the VIX. That's a short on the indices right there. Okay. If we keep going up, targets are up here. All right. So path of least resistance on the indices is down. Path of least resistance on the VIX is up. All right. So there we go. All right. Just not giving up. Just not giving up. Okay. So it could get ugly. If the VIX takes off, it could get ugly. All right. Moving on to the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ broke every iteration of longs that it was in. All right. It is coming all the way back down. Go out even further here. Okay. And that extension long that it's falling back into from these highs on December 16th of 25 to our highs. So we're coming right back down to that. Now, if the VIX doesn't take off, or if the VIX doesn't roll over, we can continue to fall through these guys, right? You can see the NASDAQ is super weak, right? Super weak. We've been holding this overnight, or I guess 4 p.m. yesterday. All right, there's your next pullback on the NASDAQ. So it's just going down in these series, and it's going to keep going down as long as the VIX is holding those longs, right? So there's the short setup right there. And there's the short setup equivalent to the VIX long. Okay? So markets are weak, right? Markets are weak. Now, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Excuse me. All right, here's the YM. Top of the range, coming right back down to the bottom. All right? So that's where we said this is all this is, right? And the middle just completely gets run over. All right, so we traded back to the top of the range, coming back down. We've got the bottom of the range down here. This middle has been very sloppy. This pullback, see that? Sloppy, came right down to those lows, but that's a dangerous draw. The only way we're going to more than likely hold any sort of support is if bank takes off and the VIX breaks that long setup. There's just too much down pressure. All right, too much down pressure. We can watch these shorts from highs. All right, leading us down. Right there. All right, so that's the YM. Okay, YM is nowhere near as bad off as the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's the weakest. YM's been the strongest. Okay, but we'll see. Anytime the VIX is in those longs, things can get wild. All right, moving on to the Russells. All right, there's the Russells in that pullback. Right, just being super technical. It's got support, but it's still good ways down here. Right, there's our first entry from January 22nd, down here our lows on February 2nd, right there. And then we broke the long from lows, right? We broke the opposing move, right? We broke that, and then we immediately held our next short setup. So Russell being very technical, right? Being very technical. Right there. So we'll see. We got targets down below us. Like I said, the only way, especially the YM and the Russells are going to take off is one, the VIX needs to break longs and bank needs to rally. All right. And that'll put, especially with the YM and the Russells, right? That'll put a tailwind behind those guys. Okay. So there's the Russells. All of this is dependent here, guys, on as long as the VIX stays in longs, we're not going to get a rally. That's just unfortunately how it works. Okay. But if the VIX does end up breaking that long setup, we can at least go into a bid until the VIX gets to its next support level, which would be down here. Okay? All right. So any questions? Any questions? VIX Bank indices. Anybody? Everybody all set where we are? Understand what's going on? All right. Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin just falling apart. Absolutely falling apart. All right. We're going to use this larger extension short. And when we get to spot, I'll show you spot in a second, you'll see why. So this short setup from October 6th, that was our high, started the crypto winter right there, to our lows down here on November 21st, traded right into that 38.2. Now we've gone through that target. That target's right there. Okay, but there's more aggressive extension shorts, but those are probably going to break. I don't have a crystal ball, but history repeats, or history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Okay, so for now, we're going to use these lows from 1121 to lows, okay, as a pullback. All right, there are smaller ones in here, and they are holding, but they're very tiny. All right, and when you look at it, it's not that far. Even to get into this 38.2, which will probably get slammed. Again, I don't have a crystal ball, but just understanding price action. Right, but it's just starting to melt. Right, there's this extension short we had drawn up this morning. Boom, that went through a target. Boom, there could be another one from right here, lows to lows, which is actually trading. This is how aggressive these are getting. Right, this is how aggressive these are getting. Right there. Right, that's it can't even poke its head up. There's just no buyers. Right, so we'll see. Eventually, we'll collect enough bodies that any sort of pop is people are gonna have to start covering, and we'll get a squeeze. So that's why I'm not really drawing up those tiny ones, and you'll see on spot why that is too. All right, so that's what we're looking at for our extension shorts. Why did that move over? That's not where I drew it. All right, so from November 21st, lows to lows. All right, and nothing's saying it's going to make that pullback right now. It could still continue down, but a break of this would be a minor trend break because we're going to make a larger pullback. All right, now when we move over to spot, we do this. Oh, I didn't do it right. Hang on. All right. There we go. Okay. So when we move over to spot and we look where we are on the larger time frame, okay, this was an extension long that never hit a target. God, look at the 33.5s. Look at where we've come from. Jeez. I mean, we're 4 months into the winter, right? That's a lot. All right, that's a lot. Now, remember from these April 10th of 2023, that anchor, remember we traded from that once, twice, 3 times, but we never hit this target. This target was up at, call it 128. We never got there. And we never actually traded that 50%. So we're inside of potential support right now. Okay, so those itty bitty draws that I'm making a new low right now, those itty bitty draws I was showing you, that's why if we're going to make a pullback, right, it's more than likely going to be that larger extension short. So let's go here on spot. I hate to see this weekend. If we keep going down, this weekend could get ugly. From these lows on November 21st, lows to lows. Okay. Now, something again that we're going to have to watch, and not saying this is going to happen, but if we break, if I get rid of this, okay, if we break these 61 148s and then breaking a small extension short, we're making a big pullback. Okay, which will be nice. It'll be a great opportunity for entry. We just need to be aware of that. Remember, we're out of targets. We're out of major targets. The only thing we're dropping into are those itty bitty moves. All right, so all of our major targets have been hit. All right, so it has nowhere left to go other than if it just does what it's doing right here and just melting. All right, so it's bearish below the 75.079s. All right. Okay. So congratulations if you took advantage of us talking about this for ad nauseum, right? Ever looked at a Bitcoin rainbow chart? No, I have not. Alex, so expect a pullback on the downward trend since it went past extensions. Yeah, that's why we're just using that larger extension, because eventually it's going to make that pullback, right? It's holding tiny ones right now, tiny shorts, but eventually it's going to make that, at least that extension pullback. We just know that from past price action. And that's a absolute buying opportunity if it holds below that. And then we could just go down in extensions into those 33.5. We might, I mean, I'm really speculating here, but we might get to the crypto winter price before we get to the crypto winter time. Okay. So 33.5, 32.5, somewhere in there, or between September and October 6th. All right. Never broken below that in history. I don't know. I'll have to look at that. I have no idea. Okay. Lord, Bitcoin told NASDAQ, hold my beer, right? Oh, you want to go down? Hang on. Let me show you going down, right? All right. Thanks, Nate. Yeah, please do that. Okay, stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? What would you guys like to see? All right. Anybody? Nobody found any 50% off sales yet? Meta. There we go. One. Let's look at this yesterday. Zoom out here. Where we are. That short broke, but then the long broke too, didn't it? All right, so there's our pullback right there. Okay, that's from our lows November of 22 to our highs February of 25. There's that 38.2. There's that pullback, right? Never hit that target. All right, now we're starting to chop around. Let's see. Because that broke, right? That pierced, broke the long, and then we just broke the short. See that? So that tells you you're in a range. Okay, so right now, granted, we're in longs, right? We can leave this draw up. Larger time frame, we're in longs, but breaking a long, breaking a short like that tells us we're in a range. All right, so we're just going to look at this as top of the range, bottom of the range. All right, so that's not right. There we go. All right, so that's what we're in right now. Bottom of the range down here. All right, top of the range up there. Broken lows, broken shorts from highs, so it's just chilling out. It's in long, like the path of least resistance is up, right? Absolutely, it's just chilling out right now. It's actually holding up pretty well, considering everything that's going on in the broad markets. Yep, top of the range. Yeah, it's broken this long too, or if not yet, pretty close, right? So I wouldn't touch anything in the middle right now. All right, if you're looking to get long, right? You're gonna want to see it down here, right? They got earnings coming up. No, 83 days. Yep. So larger longs for sure, but right now, choppy chopperton inside of that. All right. It's kind of going sideways. Okay. Joby, nice. Yeah, I looked at that on Monday. There you go, Omar. Hopefully that's what you needed. All right. Do you have earnings? No, 20 days. There's that. Okay. Get rid of this. Here's the long that I've been watching. All right. That's the 50%. That's the half off sale, 0 to highs. We're right in it. But we need to break some. That sounded funny. We need to break some. Because I want to use this because it's priced really well, earnings in 20 days, but it's priced really well, and we know what it can do, right? We used it before. But here's the target of that short from highs, right? And we've obviously completely fallen through it. All right, so there's that. There's going to be that extension right there we need to get through. So before I would touch it long, and this is just me, I'd want to see this guy break these 1179s and then give me a pullback. It's like pulling that rubber band down, right? And we'll snap higher. But until that, just not much to do. I mean, we're in support, so you know what that means, right? If we're in support and then we break that, we're buying that pullback. All right. So we'll see if we can get that done before their earnings season. All right, but yeah, I look at this one every Monday. Just not there yet, but it's a gorgeous chart on the larger time frame. We just don't want to try to pick the bottom. Right, no need to do that. Could almost go in here and try to look for a clue. Right, now this would be counter trend, but try to look for a clue here on anything. There's number one. All right, here's number two. That's at a target right now. The most aggressive that we could get, all right, would be this next measured move right here. It's going down in a series, right? It's going down in a series of stair steps. It just hit its target. That'd be the very first thing right there. And that is yesterday at 2:30. Very first thing right there. Because if we're going to keep going down, we're going to keep going down in this series of stair steps. We break that, might be able to get a pullback to get into to see where it'll go. But that'd be the first. This would be the bigger one, right? But if you're looking to try to get in, that'd be our clue right there. All right, and then of course hold a pullback. All right. So there we go. All right. Joby CIFR, yeah. Watching that one all day. All right. There's that one sitting at this huge long setup. All right, that long is drawn from, that's basically a halfway off, or a 50% off sale. From zero, from the lows to highs, we're sitting right at it right now. That's where that support is. All right, so all of these stocks, we need broad market help, right? We need the VIX to break longs. As long as the VIX is in longs, all these stocks are going to have a big headwind. All right. Okay, so there's that one. Yeah, just sitting there, and then it's got this short from highs that we would need to get through. Right, this short from highs that we would need to get through right there, and then potentially it could hold a pullback and get through that. All right, but we're at that massive long right there, massive long right there. All right, but again, all these stocks, guys, need broad market help. They need the VIX to break. Okay, what else we got? EOSE, yeah. I look at that one too. Just ugly. A lot of these are just ugly. All right. So coming back into support, but you can see that halfway back, all-time highs, all-time lows, got slammed. All right, got slammed. Couldn't make it through. So there is the long from lows, which is just all-time lows to all-time highs. So we're coming down into that, but we traded this short first, right? So shorts are in charge. So we'll see when we get down here, right? But that's not pretty. That's a double top inside of a resistance level. Okay. So a lot would have to happen here for this thing to go bullish. Right? A lot would have to happen. Number one, stupid VIX needs to break longs, right? Because it's giving us no help. All right, there's your first pullback right there, blew through the target, right? So there's your lows to lows. Gosh, that could even, you could even make a case that we're going in extensions of extensions, yeah. All right, there's your first pullback right there. Then that lows to lows broke the first time, but then we made a new low right there. All right. Briefly sloppy. And you could almost, I think that broke. I mean, this is rough sledding here for this guy. Nope, it held. So you're going down in extensions of extensions. Now, potentially, we're going to get into support. Then we can watch for a short to break, right? But this, as of right now, this is what you'd want to see break. All right, just typical, right? Hold extend or hold a traditional, maybe two. Then we go into extensions, extensions of extensions, run into support. Those break, and you buy the pullback. Okay, I'm going to leave that there for right now. Okay, that's drawn from this low on February 3rd. What was that, yesterday or Tuesday? Lows to lows. Okay. All right, so there's that. All right, we good on stocks? Tesla. Yes. You got it, Alex? All right. Rough, right? In a downtrend. I mean, these are, you always hear the phrase, trend is your friend. We're in a downtrend, right? And there's going to be an extension short right here. Same thing, traditional, fall through the target, extension short, right? So that'd be the first clue is we break this. All right, we almost got down there to lows. Yep, that's right. This would be the first clue, because if that holds, boom, we're just rolling over, falling into profit targets, falling into support. But if we do break this and we don't run all the way halfway back, we do break this, we might be able to pick up a pullback that pull that rubber band down and snap it higher. So that's what it is in a downtrend, right? Absolutely in a downtrend. All right. So there is Tesla. A lot of these guys, they're just primed and ready for any bullishness, right? But we just don't have it, and we won't have it till the VIX breaks. Okay. So we're just kind of biding our time here. All right. Okay, moving on. There we go. See what we got going here. VIX, see the VIX defending that? Look at that, close. Traded 70. 70 is the line in the sand. All right, we need to break that. 79, round down to 75, subtract a tick, 70, traded right to the line in the sand. All right, no break. So, all right, crude oil starting to just toddlerish again. All right, here's a much larger long we're in, halfway back on the year. All right, traded it to the tick. Okay, we literally traded that to the tick. I said literally. I'm really trying not to say that anymore. Then we broke shorts from highs, and then we broke longs from lows. All right. So there's that original draw. You might be able to make a case for that. But that tells us range until it's not a range anymore, right? So top of the range, call that the bottom of the range. We could fall all the way back down into support. That wouldn't be a bad entry if we can get down here, okay? So in the middle here, nothing going on. Everything gets jacked up, okay? So now gold and silver. All right, well, we'll just start with silver. Okay, here's silver. Remember where we are. Okay, from our all-time lows, which was down at 1164, okay, to our highs. That's the draw, 1164 lows to highs. And look where we are, right? We're right in that halfway back. So that's right there. That halfway back's right there. All right, we ran back into these lows of the week. Right, that was put in on Sunday night. Yeah, Sunday night, Monday. And right back to that low of the week, almost the tick, right? So, and it defended. Now, there's these shorts from highs, right? We talked about these this morning. From yesterday, 8 p.m., kind of Globex, to our lows. I'm sorry, that's Tuesday, to our lows Wednesday. There's the pullback right there. Okay, but now we've run into this long. So we don't want to trust anything right here in the middle. Right? So we'll see. Right? We'll see. But we're defending a long right now. We're defending that halfway back right now. Okay? Not a whole lot to do here because we're not really trending, but we are defending this long. All right, now moving on to gold. It's not going to be on there. All right, here's gold. Remember, gold's in this massive long. Okay, these 45, 68, 40s. Massive long setup. Now, here's the situation that gold is in, right? After we ripped out of that long, after the whole Friday ordeal, we ripped out of that long setup, but we did not break the short. Okay? We did not break this short setup. But on the way back down, these longs are getting participation, right? So we're stuck. We're not trending, we're stuck. Right? So there's the long from lows, there's the short from highs. Okay? Not a whole lot to do. You can trade the bottom of the range, trade the top of the range, stay out of the middle, right? So if we come back down here, we can trade the bottom, or you could even trade the top if you wanted to, you know, go from the short side. But that's where we're pinned. And we'll see if we break these, it's game on. We're buying every pullback we can all the way up to 61.2640. Okay? If we break that, if we break the long side, we're just going to fall back down into support. Right? So nothing really going on here. All right, on the larger time frames. Now intraday, right? Some of you guys that trade gold on super small time frames, that I'm sure there's all sorts of little opportunities in here. But you don't want to miss the forest for the trees when you're talking about the precious metals because of the massive moves they can make, right? So that's why I look at these the way I do. Okay, so there's the precious metals. Now, moving on to the dollar. The dollar is just, this dollar strength is just, it's almost as annoying as the VIX. So this is all dollar strength. Now here's DXY. It's not the dollar. It's a bunch of different currencies put together in an index. But this is all dollar strength. When this rises, most of the time, that's dollar strength, right? Well, here's our pullback from lows on the 3rd. What was that? Tuesday? Lows on Tuesday to highs. That was the next in a series right there. All right, remember we're in this extension long. We've got a much larger extension long down here, and that target's right here. So we need this move, this pullback, to get us there, and it defended. So we're still in dollar strength trades. Still in dollar strength. So we got dollar strength, we got VIX strength, bank, right? But we got at least 2 of the big 3 not helping the indices whatsoever, or the precious metals. Okay? Now, when we get to the actual currencies, this is a possibility. I don't get too excited yet. The dollar yen's got this massive pullback to make. Okay, and that's from our lows on January 27th, right, to our highs here today. This is just straight up. Okay, we broke a series of short setups, and we've got this pullback to make. Well, check out this from highs. right? Eventually, we're going to make this pullback. But look at what's going on at highs right now. See that? There was itty bitty longs here, and those itty bitty longs broke, and there's our first pullback. Could this be the start? And you see it's defending, absolutely defending. Could this be the start of this dollar weakness? Man, I hope so. But markets don't do what I hope. But price is saying, yes, there's resistance there in our first measured move short after a trend break. All right, so there's a possibility there. All right, we'll have to keep a close eye on that, because if we start trending, these would be great trades all the way back down. These would be great dollar weakness trades all the way back down to support. Okay, so I'll keep an eye on that. All right, now onto the euro. Euro's just doing nothing. But here's this extension short that it's been holding, right? It's just pinned the bottom of the range here, and then you got your extension short. From January 29th to our lows down here on February 2nd, right there, right? Then we traded the bottom, right? So middle, no go, right? Nothing. Rattlesnakes all the way through there. See that? Broke. All right, like me in college. Broke. Me in college, that was before NIL too. I bet I could have sweeped some NIL money. I really do. I'm sure there's some car dealership that I could act like a dummy in front of the camera for them. Kind of missed out on that. I missed out on the NIL stuff. All right. I really would have liked that, to see what kind of company would want to have me represent them. I can't imagine. I'm sure there's a farm somewhere, some farm and feed store, that I would have jumped all over. All right. Okay. I have no idea what took me down that road. Anyway. All right. Any questions, guys? Oh, rattlesnake, maybe. I don't know. All right. So if these 65s trade, right, that's not an official trend break. We still have to break the halfway back. But that is enough that the indices could get a nice squeeze. All right. But if we hold, and on the flip side, if we hold the 65s, yuck, right? See how things are just jacked up? Like they're just, granted, we're going down. I'm not talking about the going down part when the VIX is in longs. I'm talking about how violent and non-technical crap gets, right? Especially on the indices, right? Because the volatility is so high, right? So that's why we need to take advantage when when we're in a bullish trend on the indices and a bearish trend on the VIX. It makes our lives a lot easier, right? It makes our lives a lot easier. We can just wait for the VIX to trade a resistance and buy the indices. All right. Okay. Questions, concerns, NIL offers? Anybody? Anybody? This thing, it's almost like you want to punch it, right? Just break something long, right? Any of them, pick one, VIX, and break along. It's not breaking anything, right? It's not breaking anything. Not breaking worker bee moves. It's not breaking larger moves. It's not breaking nothing. All right. Okay. Questions, concerns, NIL offers. What do you guys got? Is everybody good? Everybody know where we're going in? We got one more day, right? One more day. All right, guys, fine. Fine, everybody's taking it easy. Nobody likes these markets like this. I can tell. Nobody's like real excited to do anything. Okay. If you guys got any questions, let me know. I'll throw these draws up here in a few. And let's have a great afternoon. It's all about the VIX. Just keep an eye on those 65s. If we trade them, indices can catch a bid. Right? Indices can really catch a bid if we trade those 65s. If we defend them and lift off, night-night for the indices. Okay? Simple as that. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you guys soon. Thanks, Tyler.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, everybody. We're gonna have Jordan coming back on for this afternoon. I'm gonna let him know Aaron wrapped up. See if he wants to get on a little bit early. We're just gonna trade this afternoon. Maybe talk a little psychology here. Got a couple of decks hung. I think I'm gonna do one more, and I gotta get my shelf-free decorated, I guess is the word I'm looking for. It's getting there though. It's getting there. I'm back on long watch here, gents. Back on long watch. See if we get a little afternoon squeeze a Rooski, but I don't know. Fool me once, you know. Let's see. VIX looks like it's trying to give us a little bit more of a breakdown. Looking at some strikes here. Nope. Oh, the VIX ain't giving it up yet. Thanks, Tamika. Thank you. Thank you. If you traded, Tamika, if you're still on, have you traded the Tradeify account at all yet? By the way, it is so cold here today. I cannot wait to go on vacation. I'm so excited. Gaff. Still watching for now. AQNES back in a VWAP here. Honestly, this is probably the better entry, but it's just a little higher risk. VIX isn't giving it up. Yo, what up, man?
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Yep, I got you. Sorry, I was eyeing up maybe another long stab here, but
Oh, long?
you think it's shorts?
Nah, I did it. It bounced. It's crazy. It bounced from that level.
Yeah.
So it was, we didn't get the break down, then retest. So for me, it was over. So it was over before it started. Let me took this little green that we have today. Tomorrow's a new day.
Oh, good. Just so you know, we are. I just stayed live after the nooner and texted you, so we're live already. Just so you know.
Cool.
I don't want you to start saying all that weird stuff you normally say. You know.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Oh, see, that's dope. I've always wondered this. You came back on. I normally there's like right when you're on the back end, I gotta share like there's like a link that you have, and I share your browser source as a source on OBS to get it to come up. But it just remembered yours today, which I was trying to get it so it just remembered everybody, so I didn't have to ever do that. But
Maybe I'm special.
yeah, I don't know.
Let me give me 2 seconds. Let me get on a different Wi-Fi source.
Oh yeah, you're good, bro. Do what you gotta do.
Actually, I think I'm fine actually.
Your green speaker, I like it. Nice. Those select accounts are good accounts. You gotta take them a little slower. They have the 3 days to pass but the payout policies on them are nice. You can take pretty big payouts, or you can take. I think you can select like daily payouts, but with that coupon, I think you just do standard. But
so top one.
Tradeify. So Tradeify is sponsoring our game show segment. Well, which it's been a slow moving process. I was hoping to start it in like January, and we're like a month into trying to get it officially set up, but we're almost there. But Tradeify is sponsoring our game show segment, and since it got delayed, they gave us some giveaway accounts, and Tamika won one of them. It's their select accounts. So I was just talking about that with her.
As I'm looking at the market, I mean, looking like we're trying to grind higher.
Yeah.
I could see, I mean, let's see about what volatility looks like. I would imagine volatility is slowed down.
The options pricing's still pretty jacked, to be honest.
Oh, I think you would slow down for sure.
Yeah.
Right now.
In terms of like the price action, it's still not
on NQ at least, it's definitely calmed down. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it. This morning was wild. This looks like something I could get jiggy with. That is a fair value low here. Did we ever invalidate this profile?
No, Tamika, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, Tamika. I'm just I have a bad habit of full porting my evals. But no, 3 days is just they have those select accounts have I think it's a 40% consistency. So like you could pass in 3 days realistically, but by no means is that what you should have to try to do. We had AJ on from Lucid. He said they see the most success from traders that you can tell they don't care how long it takes.
Oh, shoot. A little slow action.
Yeah.
Expected though.
Mm-hmm.
Now my bias is definitely on the bull side. I want to see if we can finish some support. Excuse me, some support here.
Bro, you need a Red Bull.
I know, right? You need one of those things. See if we put some support in here. I mean, we are a little bit I guess under VWAP. So I mean, I guess we'll see.
We're
Maybe
I guess it
think
depends
say
how you have
10
your
hours later,
your
I'm kinda-
VWAP set. But yeah, I have it like right at it, like kind of bouncing it right now.
Yeah, let's just say I'm neutral. Say that. Right now, I'm neutral. Here to see we kind of just slamming. What is your like? Okay, I guess how do I phrase this question?
Mm-hmm.
What is your holy grail time frame that that's kind of like is a centerpiece of your strategy?
Yeah, so that's kind of like the question if you can only choose one time frame type of vibe, right? But I'd say the most important time frame for me is probably the hourly.
Why? Because hourly levels.
Yeah, it just I mean it's where I get my hourly levels from. So which obviously that's a big part of it, but also I think they give a pretty clear it gives a pretty clear look of the trend. Um and like if you can kind of maybe learn to anticipate the next bar, like okay, you know, what you could see the next bar in the hourly chart doing, I think it can kind of then um help you then find an entry with good timing.
Okay.
So yeah, I would just say it's you know it's like zoomed out enough where it gives you a pretty clear picture of the overall action, but it's not like so zoomed out like a daily or 4 hour or whatever that it's like way more of a higher time frame. Like I think you can still use it to help your trading on like the 2 minute and the 5 minute by kind of anticipating that stuff to where if you go a little higher than that, maybe not so much. But how about you? What's your like go to time frame?
Honestly, I think that question, as I ask you a question, to be about a little more descriptive, I think it depends on what I'm doing. I think intraday for me, I would have to say the 5 minute. The reason why, especially trading futures, I mean, I use the hourly to like get my levels, but
Mm-hmm.
I think intraday with the 5 minute, you can really kind of like spot the trend faster and it be accurate. Um, so I like the 5 minute as like my holy grail. Like I like to see like can we pull back to 5 minute levels? Can we close on 5 minute like areas?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say intraday trade 5 minute.
When you say 5 minute levels, you just mean kind of like the areas you on the 5 minute chart of that are like support and resistance areas, basically.
Yeah, so I would draw my levels on an hourly, but
Yeah, I get what you're saying though. Like that, it would be sort of the same thing. Like right now, you can see like the 5 minute on NQ. We kind of been rejecting around like 850s here. Like that, it could be like a little 5 minute level. We got to break that. You know what I mean?
exactly. I've seen the acceptance intraday on a 5 minute, like in a direction. Normally can kind of hold, especially if you kind of have other criteria that kind of matches. And then I would say for me, swing trading definitely that hourly is like that bread and butter. I've been on like a swing trading roll recently. Just
Yeah. I feel like when we
Amazon.
first talked, you had been more focused on futures, but then I know you had like the cat swing, and you've been looking at it a little more.
So just taking that. Let me actually look at some tickers. Swing trading as well as like as you all know, just like especially if you guys work. I mean, it could definitely be a game changer. Just like getting involved with the market, not having to, be a day trader if you don't have the time.
Oh, 100%. I actually think that's overlooked a lot. Like a lot of the new traders that come into the markets start in these like tiny small time frames, but I think if someone came in with their focus just on swing trading, their chance of success would probably be higher. There's kind of way less more emotion involved into it. It's like just about sizing it properly and then like reading the higher time frames charts in a good way and then being able to hold it. And like if you can do that with proper sizing, it's a way less stressful method of trading.
So true. So true.
Dude, my background here in lights, it's like matching your charts. It's kind of a vibe.
It's a vibe.
Yeah, dude, it's like it matches your charts. They look like they should be my charts. It's matching my aesthetic here too much, dude.
I am actually not mad at some Alibaba.
Oh, you got a little China action, huh?
Yeah, I'm not. We're sitting at some support right here. 157.21, but I'm not mad. Ooh, definitely a good R to R.
What kind of expiration dates have you been using on your swings? Like you go, months, multiple weeks out. What kind of strikes you've been doing?
Between 4 to 5 weeks, just due to just like as you know, like theta decay. Like
Mm-hmm.
my thing is, I don't want to be right but be wrong. So
Yeah.
if I had to pay a little bit more to give myself the opportunity to be right, I'd rather do that than be cheaper, be right in my theory but be wrong in my execution. Pay for it. Like for me, that's what sends me on tilt. Of like, oh my gosh, like I freaking knew it. Like, and then it's like I go down that rabbit hole.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
I'm
I feel that. I can't
been
tell you how many times I've been done trading and been like, not even necessarily weeklies, but just like 0 days. I will never trade 0 days again. And then next thing you know, I'm like, maybe throw a little 0 day.
Oh my gosh, Coinbase versus this chart is just like a free for all. It's crazy.
I did just try a little QQQ option long.
Oh, QQQ. Yeah, I think NQ is trying to. Like I said, I was kind of leaning on the bull side, but still, I'll say for the time being, I'll be neutral.
Yeah, I still a little out of the money in very small sizes. Unless we get a big move, it won't be anything to write home about. See here, this is the kind of this area at like 20.2 on the VIX has been kind of rejecting, and we're holding VWAP, holding the open back above yesterday's low. See if this daily bar can flip into a hammer would be kind of sick. Have a little bit of that lower way. Could be awesome. See this thing flip into a hammer, make new highs on the day, but we'll see. Reminder, we will be off YouTube, Stock Ads TV next week. I will be on vacation, and then we'll be back the following week. So we'll be back to our regular schedule on Monday the 16th. We'll be off the 9th through the 12th.
Okay, where are you going?
Aruba.
Aruba.
Yeah, I need some warm weather, man. It's 19 degrees right now and windy. Can't wait to get out of it.
Okay, I'm not mad at what Meta is trying to do. Okay, guys, let's keep Meta wings on a potential watch list today, or going to tomorrow actually. But I'm not mad at it.
As in, you may enter something on it today, or you're looking at it to maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I like the way this is trying to shape up. Yeah, I normally do this like midday, like see kind of what's going on, see if there's anything worth taking a swing, especially when the market's like kind of slow. Look at some weakness, some strength. I kind of make my decision from there. Like even right now, like Netflix to me looks weak.
Not liking that initial reaction.
We got some stuff, but nothing looks primed just yet. But it looks like something's good.
It's not the 5-minute close I wanted. I'm keeping my finger on the trigger to close this one quickly if need be.
Finally looks like it might be trying to.
That 5-minute just flipped into a sell, and the 15-minute doesn't look great. Back under VWAP. VIX isn't rolling over either, so looks like I might have been early there.
Wonder when that chicken then. Everything's just free falling, man.
Yeah. You hold any crypto? Are you getting smoked right now, or is that something you stay away from?
I'm definitely in Bitcoin, won't lie.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely getting smoked. Down like what 40%?
Yeah, I haven't even looked at it in a while. I'll look at it.
Honestly, I try to look at it. I think my average, I don't know my average price is, but I'm definitely, yes, not gonna lie, I'm definitely getting smoked. But I mean, I guess for me personally, I've been investing in Bitcoin since 2020, I think. So I also say like I've gone through the, down 60% to up 100%.
Mm-hmm.
My main position I have like 3 different accounts with Bitcoin. So my first one, I'm still up. Second one, I had not panicked sold, but still newer, had sold, then got back in. In my current one now, I've just been adding into. So yeah, I'm down by like 40%. But I mean, out of my percent, so what I do for what comes to long-term investing, I like to personally invest on as in pies. So I take like 100% of a pie and then I allocate, based off that. So like for me, like my leading investment in terms of percent allocation is QQQ and gold.
Okay.
Like I think like QQ kind of is very obvious, and for me specifically, I invest in VGT just because the expense ratio is a little bit lower. But as we all know or should know, I mean, I don't see a world where tech goes away.
Yeah. Yeah. It would be a much different world than it looks like the direction we're headed.
So I feel like it's pretty obvious. Hopefully for most people, it's pretty obvious on why I invest in tech. And then gold, the reason why my second percent allocation now is in gold is just like fiat currency. And truthfully, I do think that as we are seeing right now, the value of the dollar is decreasing largely. And gold is one of those currencies / assets that you can invest in that it's not just solely, invest via the United States. The whole world can invest in gold. And I mean, if you look back from the beginning of time, gold has always been a thing. What goes over almost 2,000-3,000 years old, whatever that time frame is.
Yeah.
It's kind of still has kept its value / increase in value. So I think that as the dollar continues to decrease in value, I believe that the value of gold will continue to increase over the period of time. And just due to the fact that people outside of the United States are also actively investing in gold, makes me a lot more comfortable in the long term. And like I said, it's stood the test of time. It's one of the longest ever assets.
Yeah, I think so.
So that's why I invest in gold. I'm investing in crypto just because, truthfully, crypto for me, I'm not super knowledgeable on everything, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm a crypto expert. However, I think that history, you can't deny history. and Bitcoin at least is the single fastest largest asset ever created in terms of how much valuation it got in its period of time. And so now when you're seeing banks like JP Morgan and large institutions are now getting behind it and trying to institutionalize it, I think that they know a lot more than we know.
Mm-hmm.
I think, a couple years ago, if you were like, well, I don't invest in Bitcoin because I don't see a use case of it and da 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 da. I mean, okay, cool. But now you have the largest companies in the world, the biggest wealth managers in the world, like Vanguard and people like that, also now starting to position themselves into Bitcoin. For me, that's why I started to kind of like follow the big money and invest in it. I think those people know a lot more. So I invest in Bitcoin as well. And that's kind of, again, it's kind of my sole reason why. Just because a lot of institutions are getting it. So I wanted to have some small risk attached to it over a period of time. But yeah, like I said here live, I am down. I'm down about 40%. So I am down on it. But I do think that, when you look back or look forward 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, I'd be curious to see, is Bitcoin 2x, 3x? I would probably guess so. So these little everyday movements, for me, I try not to overthink it. I think that one of my biggest pieces of advice I always learned is when you're looking at your investment account, it's only a loss when you sell, right? So, when you open up your account and you're seeing you're down X, it's unrealized.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So psychologically, if that helps people just understand it's unrealized, it's realized when you hit that sell button. And I think that, again, if you even took and look back the last 5 years since 2020, think about just the crash of COVID, right? Like how aggressive that was in the time. If you kind of just invested with the theory of, I'm looking to hold for at least 5 years minimum, despite the worst corrections, generally speaking, if you're buying quality, it's gone up.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of just been like my thesis. Is like when I'm looking at Bitcoin, I'm looking at all these different tickers, I'm looking at the all-time chart, I'm saying, okay, cool. Does that, very simple, does it look like it's in a long-term uptrend, a long-term downtrend? When's the last time it's made its high, right? Just certain little key factors that I'm just looking at. And then just like I said, I think investing now is becoming a lot more popularized, and just investing in simple things. Like, I'm not the best stock picker. I've got lucky. So I've been in Google since $89.
Oh, dang, nice.
So I have 100 shares in Google at $89. So I'm up about.
Yeah, that's a good good hold right there, baby. Google's at what, 320s?
Yeah, let's see right now. I'm up about. Off today, the market's down. I'm up about 264%. I got in at 89.25. I have 100 shares of Amazon at $93.38. Amazon really hasn't broken out yet. I'm up only about 140% on Amazon, but I still think Amazon is going to have one of these breakout years. And my best investment, I wish I had more shares, but I have 75 shares of SMH. And I've been in that since $98.48. I'm up about 200.
Oh, dang. That's a good name.
Yeah, so those are my individual stock ETFs that I have. And then everything else is just like my Roth. So I have 5 different investment accounts. I have my regular brokerage, which is what I just talked about just now. I have a Roth IRA. I have a dividend account. And I have a growth account. So I have 4, not including a 401k. So I have 4 accounts that I have, not including an IRA or a 401k, excuse me.
That's good stuff, man.
In 2022 of that individual stuff, I've just been holding it. So
I'm just full retirement in GameStop.
in GameStop,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I always laugh because I talk with Connor all the time, and he's just like, "Yeah, my IRA is simply just Tesla." Like that's it.
Dude, I kind of like it
All,
actually. I kind of like it, dude. I just because of the robots, to be honest with you, more than
I mean,
anything.
yeah, but it's like that. I mean, it's just like you just you're placing a pretty lofty bet, you know.
Hey, he's got zero or hero, right?
Yeah, 0-0. I mean, we're probably not working out, but oof, I know that could be me, brother.
Well, nah, you got a handful of really good names there at good prices. So
Yeah, some family coming from Wall Street. Ooh, see, I'm not gonna lie.
what's up?
I'm kind of looking at this.
I
I'm kind of liking this short little
yeah,
setup.
I don't blame you. 'Cause my longs look cooked.
Let's see what
Go
is.
for two ski today. We'll see. Give it in a second.
Got some time in this. Let's see. Yeah, guys, I'm on Yankee sales right here. Let's see. I'm looking at two. Two micros. Let's see if we can break them down.
Man, that Bitcoin monthly chart is wild.
Yeah, that's that. Let's see. So eyeing this. Also gonna put one on and just let it ride.
Let it ride, baby.
Let's see. Just a little more time. Just like the fact that it's 5 minutes, like trying to flip.
Mm-hmm.
We got about 1 more minute. I want to see kind of how this. Where's you up at?
It's 119. So we got 2 hours still left to market open. Aruba, Ramada. What's gold do today?
I haven't even been looking at goals volatilities, but out of this world. That bad boy alone. Excuse me. I had to leave that bad boy alone.
Dude, that y'all was contagious. You got me.
One of those days.
Oh yeah, man. This market environment is just not my favorite.
Yes. Like I said, I am eyeing these cells. If we get a 5 minute bar, again, assuming that it doesn't just like die in a straight line in the next 5 minutes to a point where the risk reward just doesn't make sense. But you get a 5 minute bar that kind of closes beneath seven. Let's just call it 750. I definitely wouldn't be mad at taking a short. Again, assuming that like NQ just doesn't die in a straight line, all aggressively.
Yeah, VIX is picking back up its strength. I just closed out of my longs. I'm out ski.
Even now, actually. Let's see, take a stab. Cash a little drop. I'm ironing key cells here. See, this drops. Let's take it.
I don't know why it feels so much later in the day than it is.
All right.
Nike faces federal probe into alleged discrimination against white employees. Not a headline I thought that was going to be.
Wait, discrimination is employees?
I did not expect it to say white. I definitely expected to see something else. Literally any other race I expected to see. I did not expect to read white. I was like, if you put any other race in there, I'd be like, oh, I get it. Not that I get it, by the way, that came out wrong. I meant like that sounds like that's the type of headline you typically would hear. I guess Nike's are they just made in China? That's what it is. They're not like owned by the Chinese.
No, they're just made in China.
Yeah.
American company. I mean, that's like every other major product.
Yeah, for real. I feel like they get the everyone always likes to talk about them for it just because they're so big.
Oh, damn, I should cut that short. See the flush in.
Yeah, I'm over it today. Today just got off to a bad start, dude, and it's just been one of those days ever since. Just one of them days.
It's one of those days. Yeah, about 30 points from where I was looking at. I am liking this 5-minute potential flip. I will just kind of put it on one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we just put an outside bar on the NQ hourly.
40 points.
I don't know, new lows are off the table. VIX is ripping, still pumping.
Yeah, let's see. Just putting one on. Calling it a day. That wrist workout skewed so fast. Lord mercy.
Mm-hmm.
Probably should take the first one, but yeah. I'm not pressed to take a trade. These do look decent.
Yeah, agreed. But yeah, it's up to you. If you're gonna take some, we'll hang out for a little bit. If you think you're gonna skip, we can just wrap it.
Yeah, I'll give it to like 3:30. It's about 6 minutes.
Oh yeah, are you where are you at right now? Are you behind me?
What did you say?
You said 3:30. Are you 2 hours? No, that.
I mean, sorry.
1:30. Okay.
Sorry. I guess I might take a stab one. Maybe break 7:10. Let's see what happens.
Hmm.
We ain't got no more lows, so this could be a flush. Let me see. Thirty yards or more. Okay, we're bouncing. And here, fair value 5. Okay.
I think they won it, dude. I think it wants it, but
Well, I'm looking at this though. I'm looking at this.
do you also
Mhm.
alert your trades in the Discord, or do you just do
Not
live?
only swings, not futures. Obviously, it's so hard
Mm-hmm.
to alert futures. My time, or when I used to be an alerter for like Jake.
Yeah.
My to feel so bad for like people that, and it's not really your fault, but people don't like that are newer to trading, don't know what's going on. You know, you put signal at 9:45, they get in at 9:56.
Yeah, and think it's the same thing. Yeah.
I feel like I don't really know too many people now that like really successfully still alert day trades.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying they're not out there. I just don't know people that successfully do it. That's why I feel like a lot of people have switched to live trading. I feel like the space at first was definitely alerting day trades,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like people just realized it's just. I mean, like this morning. Imagine like you got into the trade, dropped.
Yeah.
X amount percentage for seconds. You're trying to manage your own account, and then type out the alert.
Yeah, it's a whole nother beast. Yeah.
That's why I feel like everyone kind of went like the swing. I mean, alerting swing trades is obviously totally different.
Yeah, very different. Yeah.
That's what I do now these days. If I'm gonna alert, I haven't alerted anything day trade wise. Wow. It's definitely been some time.
All right, man. I think we can wrap it here. 1:30, and that's gonna be it for this week for us. We'll be back. Like so, we have a 1 week break here. But thank you guys for tuning in, hanging out with us. Jordan, thanks for coming on this afternoon, man. Enjoy the rest of your week, and I'll see you here soon.
All right, brother.
I
Be
am.
safe. See you
Peace
guys.
out. See ya.